Что, пирамидку заезжаем?
Ну да. Только я там никуда не полетел.
Little mix-up indeed. I don't know what you and that horrible little imp are planning, but leave my bathroom out of it.
Well,
Чё трусы сказали?
Достойная награда за что-то там.
Is
Dear will smell this lady from a field away.
Это
I'll save a
Стася
leg of
Селия,
something
которая
good for when she
приказывает
begins
задачки
to
нам раздавала.
starve.
С картой, блядь, сидит.
don't just stand there. Go! Away with you! What are you still doing here? Begone!
Striking it rich!
Out! Now, if you please! This room is private.
Дверь взломал.
Она открыта.
Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you!
Берем. Тут он сидит. Это селей.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew and spice 'em, stir and churn. Let us see if you can choose the finest green.
Что там? Смотреть место.
Watch out, I
Чего?
smell. Oh, the fierce stench of frightened source goblin.
Come now, Alistair.
I think that's only
Surely
waste
you've
of
met
paint.
your match once or
Yes,
twice.
yes, of
the
course.
closest I've come
This
to
time.
nine matches when I linger over Longbow.
It's locked.
Maybe the lock can be jimmied.
По проверке ходишь, следы такие не было, да?
Кого?
Ну, по проверке ходишь, следы такие круглые не было, да?
Было.
Было? Ебать, не яркие что-то.
Greetings, Source Hunter. I don't mean to hinder your investigation. Ready to have another look? One moment.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Well,
What sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Eat a big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies Sicil's ever seen.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
It was I who cured the Duchess of Arata of her unslakable thirst, a simple pinch of Atropa belladonna in her morning tea. I who discovered that aging itself can be halted by a single application of Cicuta Douglasii on the tongue.
So,
Not to mention that it's been my guidance that has permitted my apprentice Evelyn to make quite a name for herself around Sicile of late. Yes, yes. If that's how we're referring to the secretive use of a revolutionary healing method she refuses to share with her own master. She's in the other room as we speak. Perhaps you can prevail upon her to offer a demonstration.
Very existence?
She's gotten hold of a stone, supposedly capable of fantastic feats of healing, but she won't let me take the briefest look at it. She claims to have gotten the relic from a little northern town, Silverglen by name, and that an abbot there blessed it with the power to heal. Utter rubbish, I say. But with these blasted undead haunting the travel routes, I can hardly march up to Silverglen to learn the truth myself. Sorry, but there isn't much work for sailors in a house of medicine. Unless one of them happens to have a secret stash of healing stones. Well, she certainly possesses a critical eye and an exacting manner when it comes to making difficult medical decisions. I expect she'll be a very successful healer in her own right when the time comes. She is learning from the best, after all. Certainly, what would you like to know? I've applied myself to that problem for 2 years and still haven't come a step closer to solving it. I declare it an act of the Almighty's, if I believed in such things. Some events, Source Hunter, can be neither controlled nor understood by mere men.
So, which of you is more
The
deserving?
counsellor, terrible loss that. Though we were hardly more than acquaintances, I knew him to be a devoted civil servant. From what I can tell, it seems to be a simple case of jealousy turned violent. The affairs of his wife, Esmeralda, were hardly a secret, you know.
A mysterious?
let's see.
Nothing sets me on edge like inexplicable magic.
That relic of Evelyn's the so-called healing crystal. I've seen one like it before, and by the Patriarch's pockets. It's a relic of source. One look at that gem will be enough to convince me it's no force of good, but a bloodstone through and through.
Anybody? Neither of you cares to please.
Those men always so long for this world. What's taking Tenderfoot so long?
I've come across such a stone before. It may be capable of healing, as the good doctor describes, but its origins are as dark as midnight. Bloodstone is so named for a reason, you see. What starts as a pretty gem is corrupted by sick sorcerers who infuse it with the blood of the slain. If that stone is what I suspect, I wouldn't trust Sicile's so-called healers any more than I'd trust a pyromancer on a wooden boat.
Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his death.
Those men are so long for this world. What's taking Tenderfoot so long?
I'm sorry. It's this task. I'm just... Who am I to meddle with life and death this way? I'm an apprentice of the healing arts. Healing! But this decision feels like precisely the opposite. I have but one healing stone, you see, and 2 direly wounded men who need it. I've been racking my brain trying to decide on the best method to settle this grave situation, but perhaps it's better off in the hands of an esteemed source hunter. Surely you are more accustomed to weighing life and death than I. What would you like to know? One of the brave few willing to traverse the trade routes plagued by the undead. A young man, but excellent in matters of business, before he fell victim to an orcish club in the north, that is. Thankfully for him, a cattle trader found him, nearly dead, but not quite so, and brought him here straight away. Quite the venerable staple of Seal, Stephen, and recently blessed with his 3rd grandchild. He was leading a crew of builders when a stray beam struck him in the temple, and only a few days shy of his last day of work before retirement, no less. Nearly everyone in Seal is familiar with grinning Stephen, and, as you can imagine, he's quite dear to his family. Yes, a curious relic indeed. I got it from a kindly abbot, Loic by name, in the northern town of Silver Glen. He is of a certain faith, the Immaculates, they call themselves, that espouses the belief that certain stones can heal wounded flesh. I myself was nothing if not skeptical of his claims, but something happened as he handed me the stone. A small cut on my finger instantly healed, leaving no trace of the wound. Needless to say, I was astounded. But it's strange. The stone is only good for a single use at a time before it reverts to a useless, inert state. It takes time to regain its magical properties, and I guard it cautiously.
This world.
You are? I thank you a million times for your help. Who have you decided should receive the healing stone? Doris's life has just begun. We can't cut it short now. He should receive the stone.
There's no way Boris should receive that stone over Stephen. Think of Stephen's wife, his children, his grandchildren.
Boris is nearly our own age. Imagine being cut down now, in the prime of your life.
If you'd like to kill Stephen, perhaps I'll let his family have at you when you deliver the news. I'll even loan his wife my favorite studded club.
No, we'll do as I say.
Это нечестно.
That tone.
Boris it is? Yes, I'll deliver the stone. I'm glad we'll get to save one man, but my heart breaks for the other.
Thank
No,
the seven.
no, this is highly abnormal. What is this? This lightning?
I feel no pleasure in bidding you farewell, friend. I feel no pleasure in bidding you farewell, friend. I'm feeling stronger already. 1,000 thanks to you. My hero. I promise. What will I do? What won't I do? Seeing how short life can be, how easily it can be taken from you, I'll see it all, do it all. And after I've climbed every mountain in Rivellon, and smooched every girl who'll have me, I'll devote myself to learning the magic that saved me. Everyone deserves to feel the thrill of a renewed life. I'll see you around then. I'm liable to spring out of this bed at any minute.
Can't say I didn't want to live. Wanted it with every fiber of my heart. Not just for my own sake, but for my family, you know. Oh, my Matilda. What'll my sweet Matilda do? Enjoy what remains of your life, will you? Never know when it'll be snatched out from under you.
Hello again. Terribly sorry, Source Hunter, but I seem to be fresh out of priceless relics for you to destroy. That strange reaction you caused. Blue lightning from a healing stone. I've never seen anything like it. And the stone looks different now, too. Like it's devoid of life. I begin to wonder if its magical properties survived your little reaction. I've been studying under Theliron for some time now, but that task, being asked to play the gods, was the first time I've ever questioned my, well, suitability for the work. I've a passion for this work, you see. A passion to see things put in order, from a flesh wound healed to an entire city made resistant to a fatal illness. What right has something as trivial as a wound or as senseless as an epidemic to take a human life?
Can't have gotten far.
I don't know what I did to deserve this, but I'm beyond grateful. I feel no pleasure in bidding you farewell, friend.
To what do I owe the repeated pleasure, Source Hunter?
I feel no pleasure in bidding you farewell, friend.
The world belongs to the young, they say, and Boris will live to take his piece. Thank you for your help in this matter.
I'm beyond grateful.
Yes, yes. If that's how we're referring to the secretive use of a revolutionary healing method she refuses to share with her own master. She's in the other room as we speak. Perhaps you can prevail upon her to offer a demonstration.
I don't know what I did to deserve.
She certainly possesses a critical eye and an exacting manner when it comes to making difficult medical decisions. I expect she'll be a very successful healer in her own right when the time comes. She is learning from the best, after all.
I don't know what I did to deserve this, but I'm beyond grateful.
Sound of the Seven!
Что ты сделал?
Я хотел его побрить, но, видимо, что-то пошло не так.
Попросить надо. Не просто ножницы на нее кидать, а поговорить с ней надо.
Бля.
Удачи.
Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my racks.
capsized seals, shiver me timbers and sliver me heels. Steady, boys, steady.
We're not done
Leaving
yet.
as soon as we're packed up.
What do you think you're doing?
Испортил отношения со Стой.
У них озвучки нет, но написано, что одна фыркает, а другая топает. Недоволен.
Бля, мужик, на свининку поешь.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Я так понимаю, все теперь нас медлят.
Ну, те, кто сагрились, да.
The dozens. Fresh haddock. Perfect for a fry-up.
Now, that tone,
Не уверен, похуй.
soothing a corpse's troubled
То
mind.
есть этот мужичок с
Could have gotten
его
far.
животным. То есть две овцы, корова и мужик. Хуй. Правильно, правильно. Ой.
My word! Fantastic!
Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm. Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines.
What a
It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a
О,
contest
тут, наверное,
across
надо его
his
башкой,
realm.
да?
Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines.
Fantastic!
It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
Hard times, Lord Pinchpenny?
Bravo! Yeehaw!
I am Reginald the Illusionist, purveyor of the most amazing artifact in Andevale. This fantastical talking head. Catch the act while you can. This show will only remain in Sicil as long as there are Legion soldiers to entertain. That's right, a talking head. And he doesn't just talk. He'll weave you a yarn so fantastic, you'll be begging to hear just one more, and just one more. It's quite a story how I found him, too. I obtained this curio by some rather sensational means. You see, I was diving in search of a rare medicinal sea herb. I volunteer at the local children's apothecary on weekends, in the shallows around Sicil's own Black Cove, when I spotted something amazing. The chest belonging to the fabled Captain Pontius. Though the chest was stuck fast, I summoned a swell of great strength and prized it free from the ancient rock. I had the treasure of a lifetime in my very hands, but then, slurp, gulp, I was swallowed by an ornery kraken that seemed to appear from nowhere. In the hubbub, I lost hold of my prize and watched it sink to the bottom of the beast's cavernous belly. Still, I feared only for a moment that all was futile. Before my mind's eye swam the faces of the many war widows and leprotic orphans who would be lost without my charitable support. I knew I had to live. Grabbing fast to the hilt of a cutlass that floated by at just that moment, I summoned all my strength to slash a great gash in the creature's gut. Freeing myself from my would-be tomb, I swam as quickly as I could, first to the surface and then to the shore. It was there, along the rocky beach, that I tripped over this talking head. Strange, isn't it?
Fantastic!
A talking head? What dark sorcery is this?
Oh, a strange fellow, isn't he? Hello, little friend. Oh, don't be afraid. What's your name?
My word! Fantastic!
Послушать нельзя.
Fantastic! Bravo! Bravo!
My word!
Fantastic! Ha! Bravo! Yeehaw!
Ha!
Fantastic! Fantastic! Bravo! Yeehaw!
Hey, you there! Cut it out!
Что не так, блядь? Что с этим прохождением случилось? Почему я не могу подслушивать, нажимая на тебя?
Хуй знает.
Я, как бы всю игру я этого не могу делать почему-то. В прошлый раз, когда мы начинали, я мог подслушивать тебя с ракушкой, как бы, ну, я нажимал на тебя, логично. А сейчас я ни разу этого не могу сделать вообще. А ты можешь нажать на меня и послушать?
It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew
My
Elliot,
word!
who is said to have known Sigurd himself.
С кем бы, блядь, мне поговорить? Почему мне тебя не разговаривать? Я вообще никого не могу нажать.
Может, я просто клюкнула, перезайти надо? Бля, вообще-то я тоже что-то не могу с кем поговорить. А, вот с ним могу.
А я не могу.
Послушать можешь с ним?
Я говорить ни с кем не могу.
А с ним не можешь попробовать. А, перезаходишь.
Приглась.
It
You there! You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
Не,
My word.
не могу.
My word.
Ты с ним не можешь?
You there! You
Нет.
look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
Мадору может, я не могу.
Может, потому что ты вонючка.
Performers,
It
showmen.
is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd
Я не
himself.
могу своим героям ни с кем поговорить.
First, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti.
Back for
Я
more, I
заговорил
see.
уже сейчас.
Do, re,
Теперь
mi,
могу.
fa, sol, la, ti.
Нажал на голову и теперь можно. Говно какое-то.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to prepare for the next. What do you call a source hunter who finds a way to draw a crowd away from where he or she would like to perform a clandestine operation? A resourceful hunter. Come now, it can't be that hard to find something to draw off the attention of this bleak.
What's that nutter in the back hollering about? I can hardly hear the show for all.
Coronated by a severed head.
Bravo!
Step right up.
Yeehaw!
My word!
Today, I think, a
Нажми-ка на голову.
the great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a...
О, теперь я могу подслушивать. Починилось.
By the seven, what a tale! My word!
A resourceful hunter. Come now, it can't be that hard to find something to draw off the attention of this bleating herd.
My word!
Today, I think,
Enjoying the fair, aren't you? Of course you are. Entertainment is Katerina's #1 export to this gloomy town. Well, I'm Katerina the Fair, fairest first lady of the fair, of course. I do love making the acquaintance of my patrons, and who knows which of them might become one of my performers. I've an open stage in want of talent, and I've often found the best young performers among the rank and file of the audience.
I've heard from a ghost who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great...
The theatre's fever has overcome you, has it? Marvelous! I do so love a fresh green talent ready to bloom. But I support players, not writers, you see. If you want to perform here, you'll have to find tried and true material. Check the library and see if any of the classics there interest you. I'd love to see a Source Hunters take on one of the old standards. Right away, my dear, just as fast as your boots can carry you. You found something decent to perform, I trust, and you've gathered enough actors to do it justice? Speak to Master Chaucer if you're ready for your debut. He alone can adequately prepare you for the stage.
Seven, what a
It is
tale!
said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew
My
Elba,
word!
who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself,
Fantastic!
that the king had a great
Fantastic!
So are pretty rooms and gory death.
My word!
Have some pity.
Теперь опять не могу подслушивать, нажимая на тебя.
Fantastic!
My word!
No, really? I hadn't noticed. If not for this ridiculous condition, you'd know me as the king's favorite thespian. Don't you have an impressive library here in Sicil? I'm sure that beast of a librarian could rustle something up for you. Katarina's given the go-ahead, has she? Oh, very well then. Tell me when you're ready to begin, and I'll show you to your places and gather you whatever crowd of drunken yokels can be prevailed upon to watch you flail about on stage. Ready for your trial by fire, you mean? There's no more savage foe than an audience, my dear. But I'm sure you'll do just fine. May the show begin! Not planning on playing to an empty audience, are you? Wait until I've gathered some victims to witness the spectacle, and then you can begin. Any last words? Come on, then. Come on. I've got a new spectacle for you to gape
Ну
at.
как мне, блядь, подслушать?
What is it?
No.
So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm. Do, re, mi, fa, so.
Come one, come all, and see the amazing singing Stefan! Ice's only sentient severed head!
If I wanted to wait around doing nothing, I'd get a job at court.
My word!
Fantastic!
Well, what's the holdup? Who is said to have known Sigurd himself,
word.
that the king had a great thirst for colour.
Simply marvellous!
So ardently did he crave creamy blues and
Oh,
gory
I hope
reds
there's an
that he
encore.
ordered a contest across his realm.
Fantastic!
Back for more, I see! Well, I can't say I'm surprised, what with Stefan rattling off legendary yarn after yarn. Take a seat, won't you? Are you impressed by my prowess in the arts of entertainment? Nothing attracts a crowd like a crowd. And that crowd warmer has increased my profits by 60%, simply by showing a little honest appreciation for our show.
Don't ask me what the tale's about.
This show is worth.
This show is worth the hype.
Sigurd
What are you looking at me for? There's a great show going on right in front of you. And look, there stands the world-famous Reginald the Entertainer. Better check it out if you don't want to miss the time of your life. Well, drawing a crowd's what I do best, and I'd be glad to do it for your little show. 100 gold up front, and yours will be the hottest ticket in Seal. 98, 99, 100. Looks like all's in order, Chief. So, ready for a
Что
bigger
рассказываешь
crowd than you
анекдотики
can
с
shake a
книжечки
stick
вроде как, да?
at? Stand back and watch this.
Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour.
Simply marvellous! My word!
Simply marvellous. Performers, showmen, show all of Sicil what you're
What are you looking at me for? There's a great show going on right in front of you. And look, there. Well, I've stumbled into quite the fine gig. I just let my appreciation for Reggie's work be known, and he slips me a few gold coins in return. My voice happens to carry pretty far. Sicil hears me. Sicil wants to see what the
Blues and gory reds.
Fantastic!
That he ordered a contest across his realm.
My word!
My word.
Today I
Ничего не произошло.
the great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard,
Bravo!
all of them. Sicil,
Еще
what
деньги
you're
ему отдал, получается.
apart from beer and flatulence. What is it this time? Don't let your head swell too much now. I may have quite enjoyed your... Oh, here we go again. Try not to embarrass yourself too terribly. Not planning on playing to an empty audience, are you? Wait until I've gathered...
You hear distant mutterings of curiosity as a small crowd shuffles toward your stage. A few moments longer, and everyone will be seated.
Ой, я тоже не могу подслушать. А что ты сделал, чтобы можно было подслушать?
В смысле, оно опять не работает? Я просто не мог вообще ни с кем поговорить, нажал на голову, смог заново говорить. А теперь я больше не могу подслушивать. Все, оно прошло.
Как тебя под...
Ну никак, не поломалось опять все.
The stage is yours.
Вот, зачитывай тогда.
Ты же уже читал эти анекдоты.
То же самое?
Да.
Давай другой анекдот.
Я не знаю, какой ты выбирал.
Гном.
Crowd breaks into an approving chuckle. Continue, by all means.
Они даже не озвучены.
Oh, I hope there's an encore. Simply marvelous.
Good show.
Good show.
Good show.
Marvelous.
Oh, I hope
there's an encore.
Simply marvelous.
Simply marvelous.
Bravo!
Simply
Oh,
marvelous.
I hope there's an
Eager
encore.
to hear more, the crowd leans forward with great interest. One lady in the back is already chuckling. She must have heard this one before.
Good show.
Simply marvelous.
Good show.
Simply
Good
marvelous.
Get off the stage.
A tide of distaste overwhelms the crowd. Haven't you got a tastier morsel to feed them than whatever drivel this is?
Leave the acting to the real actors.
I thought this was supposed to be entertaining. Boo!
Fantastic!
That's it, Source Hunter. You've got this joyful crowd right where you want them. Now, take them on home.
Ты голову-то воровать будешь, пока я тут унижаюсь?
Simply marvelous.
Ладно.
Fantastic!
Simply marvelous.
Oh, I hope there's an
Simply
encore.
marvelous.
Simply marvelous.
Fantastic.
hope there's an encore.
Get off the stage.
Perhaps a hasty exit would be better, Source Hunter. This crowd is out for blood after that spectacle.
Performers,
disappointing.
Show all of the... Siseal, what
The
you're
action
made of.
was innovative, but the story was simply unforgivable.
Come on! Come on! Can't you hear the stage calling you?
an entertainer?
That was disappointing.
He couldn't have sprouted legs and wandered off. He couldn't have sprouted legs and wandered off.
Show all of the... Siseal, what you're made of.
My God, he's gone.
All right.
Come on! Come on! Can't you hear the stage calling you?
best in Sightseal!
Oh, just like old times. The rush, the thrill. What a delight. Please stay and enjoy the show, though you may have some trouble finding a seat. You there?
right.
You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
All right.
All right.
Wow? The best in Sightseal! The best!
You there? You look like an actor just waiting.
Короче, альтернативный вариант развития, да, тут подсунули нам.
Careful, comrade. I think I sense a sorcerer in yonder shadow.
Ну да.
Best in Sightseal! The best!
Ну куда голову отнести надо?
All right.
Никуда не пишет. Просто мы укрыли.
Он говорил, что возьми меня куда-то там по базарю.
You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
Well,
Have some pity.
You there? You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
Ой, вроде ничего такого не говорил. Типа убери меня отсюда, так и все.
Ты говорил. Не знаю, в дневнике диалогов найди.
Я посмотрел, там ничего нет.
Come on! Can't you hear the stage calling you?
wow.
The best in Sightseal! The best!
Wow.
Have some pity.
Wow?
All right.
Cedric's show is a doozy!
Come on! Come on! Can't you hear the stage?
Assure me, dear Septimus, that you haven't been fighting those awful orcs. I can't bear to imagine something would happen to you.
Oh, but don't you worry, milady. We Legionnaires are highly trained soldiers who fear neither orc nor demon.
Oh, but what if you were to be ambushed, caught unawares? Oh, catch me, for I might faint.
Dance and dugongs, you nearly stuck.
I am Septimus, seventh son in a household of 9, Legionnaires all. Me and 2 brothers of mine were assigned to Sightseal from day 1. Alas, both of them have long since fallen in battle against the dead. But never shall I lose heart. Long as a single Legionnaire stands, all of us remain undefeated in the eyes of the gods. So fair a lady I have seldom seen in all of Rivellon, my friend. And I have traveled more extensively than migratory birds do. She stands accused of murder, but in my mind, her presumed guilt is a fallacy, and indeed a fabrication. Steadfast will I guard her. Never will I waver unless absolute proof of her culpability should be brought before me. And I hold no such proof exists. Jake's murder is, in a word, a tragedy. He was well loved in all of Sicile. The Council of Seven couldn't have wished for a better ambassador. That he of all people should have braved the undead siege for so long, only to be felled by foul sorcery, is heartrending. And what questions are those? We've been stationed here the better part of 2 years now, alternating between twiddling our thumbs and springing into panicked battle against the orcs. Hard to admit, but without Ahu, we'd have lost this city a long time ago. You ask me, the Council would do well to evacuate the rest of the people here and give up the city for lost. I've fought orcs crazed with blood liquor, withstood assaults by ogres wielding clubs made of human bones and teeth. Aye, I've braved the poisonous spear tips of goblins aplenty. But never did I know fear until I faced the undead. Not a pleasant thing for a legionnaire to feel fear, but there you have it nonetheless.
Like I told just about every legionnaire in town, I don't know anything about poor Jake's murder. I want his killer found and tried, but everyone suspects me of this evil deed. And you're no different, are you?
So what happened? Some of them tittle-tattling crab chasers down the pub call me a murderous gold digger and you believe them? These insinuations truly go beyond the pale. Oh, I think I'm getting one of my headaches.
Starstone? I've never heard of such a thing. Dear Jake had a mineral collection, yes. As far as I knew, it was one of his pastimes, nothing more.
Do you mean to imply he collected something dangerous? Something that may have gotten him into trouble? Oh, this is all too much. I feel like I'm drifting from nightmare into nightmare.
Well, what do you want to know? Never imagined that finding a quarter pound of mouldy, moth-eaten flour would be a cause for celebration in this city. How things have changed.
They're nightmare incarnate, aren't they? Let a priest explain that to me. How we all supposedly become the gods' children in death, when in fact foul magic can bring us back and make us haunt our own kin in endless, mindless deviance. She seems to be quite adamant about her innocence.
We'll need to look for evidence if we want to prove she actually did the evil deed.
So tell me, Septimus, would your wife or sweetheart be compensated by the Legion should tragedy befall you on the battlefield?
I suppose so, milady. But seeing that I'm neither married, engaged, or attached in any way, I've never bothered to inquire.
Polite, handsome, and single. Don't go anywhere tonight, Legionnaire. I'd be afraid alone in the dark.
I am on the trail, Source Hunter.
If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become. If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've been.
Striking it rich!
My hero.
A book about setting up the perfect crime. Esmeralda has interesting taste in literature.
Never fear, my lady. As long as I'm around, no hair on your haloed head shall be harmed.
Another perfect heist. You sneak with the subtlety of a tried and true cat burglar.
You're calling me a thief, are you? A base and petty criminal? More the fool you if you think you're better than me.
Hold your horses, I was complimenting you. To remain undetected and strike without being perceived requires great skill, which you...
But don't you worry, my lady. We Legionnaires are highly trained soldiers who fear neither orc nor demon.
Oh, but what if you were to be ambushed, caught unawares? Oh, catch me, for I might faint.
So that's what that did. A bloody dagger. Could this have been involved in the crime?
It certainly piques one's interest, doesn't it?
Без битвы. Сейчас отойду пару минут.
So tell me, Septimus, would your wife or sweetheart be compensated by the Legion should tragedy befall you on the battlefield?
I suppose so. But seeing that I'm neither married, engaged, or attached in any way, I've never bothered to inquire.
Polite, handsome, and single. Don't go anywhere tonight, Legionnaire. I'd be afraid alone in the dark.
What's the status, soldier? Excellent. Let's keep it that way.
Ah, cruel fortune. May the Seven bless you. Oh, I am a happy man, and certainly... a fool once was I, and ever seeking greater satisfaction than that which I already enjoyed. In my folly, I sought the counsel of those notorious Watchers.
Wow?
Come one! Come all! Can't you hear the stage calling you?
Stefan! I will never forget you. Oh, I will never love again. It's all over. what's the point anymore?
Come on!
I will never love again.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Gorman there.
Здравствуйте.
В квесте написано отнести голову в подвал Реджинальда. Я не знаю, где подвал. Ясно, я думаю, в плавильной печи надо готовить.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
You've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've got to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Куда я там зашел?
Подвал таверны.
А, ну ключ, наверное, я понял. Сейчас портану в тебе.
I feel like I've been set in stone.
сундук спиздил.
Да.
Так ладно.
Appears to be locked.
Comrade, I think I...
Миленько. А там в конце ключ от простого сундука, видишь, лежит. Тебе нож нужен? Ой, кинжал. Да, нож.
Добре. Спасибо. За фаербол въебало.
И тебя похилить вообще-то без что-то, блядь, не нажалось.
Back on your feet, soldier!
Доспех на силу кому кидать?
Ну, кастрюлеголовый, конечно.
Щит ей надо? Нет?
Нет.
Look out! I see a trap nearby.
Вроде заметил, наконец.
Колечко просто на восприятие надел.
Back on my feet again. As good as a new penny.
Здесь безопасно выходить по лестнице?
Да, вроде.
Пойду попродаю херни всякую.
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lining your pockets.
Навык очарования реально есть. Колдовстве.
Блять, понять, где Реджинальд живет. Ну, правильно. Ну, по идее, дом с подвалом это только та заброшенная кузница.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Там еще запертый домик один. Следовать может.
А, вот он.
Сейчас, погоди, телепортнусь.
Просто такого домика не было, по идее, раньше.
Another piece of trash.
Подушки возьми, там вскрыть, может их потом. На перья или сразу. Правда, нихуя не помню, нахуя перья.
Волшебные перья, там, пепельницу. Как это там? Чернильницу. во.
Beard, what a find.
Отправляю тебе почитать. Еще две книжки скинул. Забыл скинуть в прошлый раз.
Только голову-то, блин, поставь. Скелет, допустим. Опять я никому не могу ни с кем говорить.
Попробуй поговорить ты.
Ah, a little privacy at last. Out of earshot of that.
Тоже не могу слушать. А, бумагу.
Я не могу.
Сейчас.
Ты опять все сломалось, я не могу, блядь, с этими теперь говорить.
Ah, excellent. This is. Hey, what's the meaning of this? I thought we were on the same. Hey, what's the meaning of this? Hey, what's the meaning of this?
Была башка и не нашла. Что-то долгая загрузка.
Heard any good tales, my friend?
Ah, a little privacy at last.
Могу слушать.
Out of
Давай.
earshot of that contemptible jester. We can finally speak freely. Where shall we begin?
На стол хоть положить.
To Reginald's cellar, Source Hunter, before we're seen.
Это
Not
не
here,
подвал.
not now. We'll be better off speaking in the privacy of the cellar. There are eyes and ears everywhere. You know the healer's clinic, don't you? Oh, what's his name? Theliron. Yes, behind Theliron's house of healing, along the cliffs, you'll find Reginald's sparse little shack. There I know we won't be overheard. He keeps a spare key right near the place in a pen guarded by a rather lonely little sheep. You can't miss the bugger. Quickly, before we're discovered, I must tell someone, anyone, the truth while I can. My true name is Nick. In life, I was an entertainer aboard the ship of the famed Pontius Pirate. I once dared to defy him and he savagely beheaded me for the attempt. Little did I know the abuse was only beginning. A wandering sorcerer, mad as the day is long, found my severed head on the beach and resurrected me. I spent months in his company listening to him blather on about his every inane opinion. When I asked him to return my head to my body, it must be in the Black Cove still, he became enraged and tossed my head into the sea. Reginald stumbled upon me some days later and consigned me into his horrid little show. I know not how long I've been entertaining slack-jawed imbeciles at the Seal Fair. All I know is I just can't take it anymore. That charlatan doesn't have a lick of his own talent, so he begs, borrows and beats it from those of us with a real vision for the stage. What I wouldn't give to give old Reggie a swift kick in the jugglers. Oh, to have legs again. than anything. But the chances are so slim with the Black Cove utterly infested with Pontius's undead cronies. My poor lost body is among them, sightless and silent in their vile company. For all I know, they're using it as a coat rack. Traveller, if there were any way you would brave the cove's depths and reunite me with myself, you'd be doing me the only kindness I'd have received in as long as my poor memory serves. It won't be the worst indignation I've suffered. Get on with it then.
Чудно. Тут еще какой-то домик был. Вот этот, наверное, да, дом Эвелин. Ключ от шкатулки.
Lucky find!
I'll need to unlock this somehow.
Взламывать будем?
Ну, можно взломать, можно не взломать.
Нет, ладно. Тут, блядь, заперто. Кошмар.
Ну, туда через подвал.
Через как?
Через колодец, где Вольгер кусут.
Колодец, помнишь где?
Да, на улице тут.
Снаружи? Здесь, да?
Да.
Торгашов надо, что я тут напродавал, в принципе. Баблишка есть.
Да, там есть скиллы какие-то новые.
Иди к торговцу. Придешь к какому, скажешь, что купить. Тебе тут кажется. Пока тут на рынке еще задвину кому-нибудь что-нибудь.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
You got an eye for farm potatoes?
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Ну, хуй не могу подслушивать.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Меня бесит, что я не могу подслушивать.
Как я торгую.
Но только того, с кем ты говоришь, я не могу на тебя нажать.
Ready to advance, ready to defend. What can I do for you, comrade?
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each.
Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff. Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Heavenly herring! Delicious dogfish! Yours for a scrap of gold each!
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew and spice 'em, stir and churn.
Fresh haddock! Perfect for a fry-up!
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Gormanberg.
Lonesome, spiritless. Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Heavenly herring! Delicious dogfish! Yours for a scrap of gold each!
Что надо? Нашел что?
Вот и торговца моего занял.
А, это...
Well,
окей.
what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew
У
and
нас
spice 'em,
противоядие и стойкость силы. А для остального качаться надо.
Fresh haddock! Perfect for a fry-up!
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Противоядие и стойкость силы?
you could choose the finest greens. Lonesome, spiritless. Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Aaron has as
Ой,
many
ты вечно
friends
накидаешь
as the
всяких
man
этих
with many
наконечников.
cheeses. Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Quiet day on the market, it seems. Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Fresh haddock! Perfect for a fry-up!
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Gormanberg.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Gormanberg.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Heavenly herring! Delicious dogfish! Yours for a scrap of gold each!
No better solution to the
Сейчас
zombie
саркофаг
problem
здесь
than
не
a
собрать этот пункт.
Is that why we
we never sail to Youthful Gore anymore.
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
Ahoy, sailor! Are you? Aye, that Cecil's worse than a rooster. Crowing all around town about matters he ought to know are better kept quiet. Well, if you know about the staff, I suppose you also know it's gone without a trace.
Passing a love note to the Lizard Councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sail to Youthful Gore anymore?
For my part, I haven't a clue where it could have gone. Overboard, stolen, or vanished into thin air. Though I'm quite eager to see it return, I've got a reputation to uphold.
For the joyride.
Knowing him, he drove it straight to the pub and back.
Wouldn't hurt to ask some of my men. I tried myself, but sailors tend to be a bit tight-lipped when they're afraid of getting one another in some trouble. Seaman's code, you know. Not to rat out a fellow sailor.
That loopy legionnaire really thinks...
And what might those be? One of them failed? Who is the mongrel that dares to question my engineering expertise? I take it the mutt in question was referring to the Sparkmaster 5000. You know what? Here's the remote access device with which I used to control it. There's a manual for that somewhere around here, too. Yours, if you can find it. I really should invite Victoria one of these days, so she can help me organize my mess of a library.
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really
Shores?
thinks that... Here? Inside Seal? Bah! Of all the cursed hunks of rock to land on, star for what now? No, never heard of it. Much less...
Knowing him, he drove it straight to the pub and back. Sauce? Here, inside. Now that you mention it, I noticed Dietmar, a fellow merchant travelling with us, carrying a sealed box off the ship during the attack. At the time, I figured he was just escaping with his personal effects. But it could well have been that staff you're talking about. Well, sure, I saw him slip off the ship, but I haven't a clue where he could possibly be now. Captain Conrad's the man to ask for such matters.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Councillor's
Heard
wife.
anything about the whereabouts of the magic stick yet? What? That weasel has it for sure. But I'll tell you this. I didn't speak of that stuff to a soul on board. If he's the one who took it, he must have known it was on the ship before stepping foot on her decks. I'm sure he'll make a run for it, probably by boat. I'd look for him on an out-of-sight beach somewhere. He's probably there now, trying to launch a vessel in private. If he hasn't already escaped, that is. Don't know the details of it myself. I'm more in the business of making deliveries than of asking questions.
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let it on with him 500 sauce. Here, inside. Well, sure, I saw him slip off the ship, but I haven't a clue where he could possibly be now. Captain Conrad's the man to...
If it was too busy dodging fireballs to notice anything myself. Don't know much about him.
He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Shores? Here. Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note.
Have you found us a job yet? We'll take anything, really. The Fabulous Five, eh? That sounds like just the right opportunity for three brawny buccaneers like us. We'll go right away. Thanks.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Feddle's carriage for the joyride? You know the story.
Knowing him, he drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sail to Yuthel Gore anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that Orky-chan loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Psst! Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Feddle's carriage for a joyride?
No, indeed.
Salutations! Source hunters, I see. I'm Sergeant Courteous, proud protector of this house of Legion goods.
They're dead? And they might have lived if we hadn't intervened.
Я понял.
You there! Cut it out!
Я про тебя не заметил.
Лук-то возьми.
By the gods! She killed them! Those fools are dead! I knew that she-beast would bring disaster. It was that orc! She snapped! Grabbed them, popped their necks, and then ran out of here like a wild beast! I'm only grateful she didn't notice me standing here. Can you imagine?
God, you were not so bad, hey? Would be quite a bit better if I could do it in peace.
Salutations!
That old spoilsport Horatius can gripe all he wants. I won't let him affect...
Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Что, Эсмеральду посадим, не?
Не знаю, надо ли тут.
Если тут эта ачивка, имеешь в виду?
Да.
Tujageta, friend. Kiralizor. Oh, do pardon my language, my friend. But that is quite the startling revelation. So much sadness, so much anguish. Eglandir's tale is heartrending, though it seems that in the pursuit of retribution, he has himself become as great a ghoul as those that wronged him. Does he not see that I am now the one who is to be wronged? Why, oh why must he make me, of all gentle-minded and life-loving creatures, why must he make me the target of his imperishable hate? Whom have I ever harmed? I live for books, not brutality. So, let us approach the situation with reason and ask ourselves, where do we go from here? Though, first let me say this. Hashizm bil kushum zunum. From my heart, I thank you for warning me. I thank you and I trust you. So pray, let me pose the question. What do you advise we should do? leg fizzoda! Yes, a capital notion. Let him be brought before the law for his schemes. I am an innocent, and Eglandir would see me dead. That is a grave offense, is it not? It would probably be better if you rather than I informed Captain Aureus, though. He bears little goodwill toward me ever since my more savage brethren have been marauding the beaches and killing his legionnaires. Yes? Have you decided what should be done? Leg fizzoda! It would probably be better if you rather... Volume 1, Volume 2... But where has the third one gone? Shatsu. Sometimes I think these books...
What? Oh, it's you! What news? My dear girl, my darling adopted daughter. I introduced her to my library when she was a girl. She quickly proved that the preconceptions we humans hold of orcs as savage beasts are patently false. If you're looking for something special, just ask. She knows every book by heart. Papa's smart little cookie. Maxine, what in heaven's name are you? I spent months trying to teach that worthless hound how... I've always been more fond of cats myself. Oh yes, the Fabulous Five. Aren't they simply fantastic? I'm sure they'll get the job done in no time, especially with your expert hand lent to their cause. That machine Ahu built is an abomination. It must be stopped at all costs. I bet the wizard himself could provide some advice regarding how to destroy it. He's the mad scientist who crafted it after all. Someone wants to see Victoria dead? That cherub of the book? That seraph of the library? Outrageous! Hear you me. You must stop that dog by any means necessary. As mayor of Sicil, you have my permission to take drastic measures if need be.
I knew that dark-dealing old man dabbled in source. To the gallows, I say.
Wing of worm, brew and spice
Как к
and
этому
stir
пойдем?
and churn.
Урею.
Сейчас тут эту Лакуна навещу.
Что надо?
Лакуна Реджинальда навещу. А что, ее нету, что ли? Где все, блядь? А, есть.
Бедолаги.
Нет, ничего нового не говорит. Может, его тоже посадить? Может? Всех, блядь, посадить.
Enjoying the fair, aren't you? Of course you are.
Wow.
Those boots would embarrass a bridge troll. Get to shining, recruits.
Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private?
That's it, troops. Train up while you
Sir,
can.
no, sir.
The
Будет
next
себе
orcish
здесь.
strike could land at any moment.
Those boots would embarrass a bridge troll. Get to shining, recruits.
Баян.
Private.
Sir, no, sir.
Что надо сохранить? О, как это называется сохранение? Перед расследованием. Или перед выходом из города, да?
Whom would you have the Legion arrest?
Гландер будем арестовывать, да?
А есть еще вариант?
Нету.
Ну вот.
The elf! What in the name of Ahu's arse should I arrest him for?
He wants us to kill Victoria.
It's true. He is a dangerous lunatic and needs to be incarcerated.
So, he wants you to kill that savage the mayor calls his daughter, does he? Hardly seems a crime to do so. But I guess I cannot allow assassinations to take place. I won't arrest him unless I have some actual evidence, though. Or did you think I'd simply take your word for fact? As I suspected.
Книжки же есть.
You, again.
А, у него?
Do feel free to depart from Seal at your earliest convenience.
Защитная стойка есть. Угу. Ебать, наконец-то агар есть. Ура!
Что, дорого стоит?
Рефлект дэмэдж, блять, есть. Класс. А, это под щитом работает. Окей.
Я смотрю, тут много прикольных всяких, блять, скиллов. Типа эффектов, по крайней мере.
Короче, лечение и защитную стойку надо.
Ну, лечение могу купить. А, это не, погоди. Откуда мне денег?
Я тебе скинул денег.
Тогда я все куплю. Ты на бартере сколько много скидываешь, кстати? Ну, когда у тебя был прокачан? 10%?
Когда был прокачан? Откуда я помню?
Ладно.
As good as a new penny.
Ничего не написано, сколько откатывается с ходов. А, и хил тебе только один раз за бой вообще можно использовать. Ну, бра, он дохуя хилит.
Кстати, а может у тебя улики лежат по этому... А, ну, в принципе. Попробуй с ним поговорить.
Ah, the sword. Whom would you have the Legion arrest?
Recruits, that was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again.
Ладно, что тогда на выход из города или?
Ну, доказательства на эльфа.
На второй этаж кабака.
Тут еще и могилки есть.
Могилки?
Псу, по-моему, белье нужно давать понюхать так-то.
А, белишка Эсмеральда.
Да.
Пошли, понюхай, пускай.
А ты его своровал?
Бля, я тебе его оставлял. Тебе сказал это тебе, помнишь? Не брал?
Нет.
Эх.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Let us see if you can choose a
Котов можно поженить.
Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long
Там
while
сейчас
lighting
можно.
my pipe.
Вроде.
Careful now. Your head's grown more swollen than saffrons, I
Мальчик,
dare
куда
say.
я?
Да.
Here I wait for thee in the dark. But the stab. Yes. 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 Victoria. The Orcs of Guzzled. Her name is that Victoria. Thy breath. My name is. Soon the last.
We'll have none of that, you hear?
Простите.
Eagle Eyes!
By the filed teeth of Sulumar Soul Shredder, the end is nigh.
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
Not in the mood for...
Нет, ты где что спи?
Сундук в комнате убийства открыл.
А, точно, я забыл про это ключ, мы же нашли. И что там? А?
Письмо там.
Письмо герцога?
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let us see if you can choose a
First aid?
as the man with
Not here, not now. We'll be better off speaking in the private. It won't be the worst indignation.
Come on, you chicken. Be the big cheese on your block with the real of the good stuff.
Let us see if you can choose the finest green.
No one has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for a fry-up.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes. Let's see. Halibut.
Among the waves it remains, I imagine. Won perhaps by a crab who fancies himself a Caesar with it. If only I could be the Caesar again, and Maxine my Caesarina.
Have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune? Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the Great.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend.
Hello. I suppose you're here to viciously interrogate me for infant. Which one? I've written, Esmeralda, more works of lyrical mastery than I can count. All that letter proves is my devotion to my lady, not any actual intention to do away with Jake.
Come now, Alistair.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse has more holes than a slice of...
Listen, if you're going to accuse me of something, you would better find the evidence to back up your ridiculous claims. Oh, don't put stock in the hastily scribbled words of a lovelorn fool. This letter, it was a show of passion. A poorly worded passion I did not echo in the least. The Duke, he's like a spoiled child. He's not a man. He's not like Septimus. Oh, that horrid tome of ill repute. It isn't mine, it was Jake's. He was a politician, don't you see? Always on the lookout for plotting rivals. Always trying to be one step ahead. Really, I should have thought a source hunter of all people would appreciate my dear husband's sense for survival. Perhaps it is you who should explain your presence in my cellar. And the dagger? It's simply a butcher knife used by my late husband to cut meat. He did. What'll you think of next? Accusing me of bashing him over the head with a frying pan?
Будем ее сажать?
Ну, а есть ночевка?
Чекнуть. Потому что она, блин, замудренная эта ачивка. Вверху тут, по-моему, другие ачивки, да? Первая — сделать его котом навсегда, вторая — сделать его навсегда человеком.
Ну да, такого нет. Не было.
Не было, да, такого? Бэ. Квест. Во, эти два квеста завершить.
Еще на капитана Джека можно нанять этих морячков.
Бля, половину уже пролистал, не вижу пока. По идее, она такая сложная ачивка была. Она в той игре была в конце, то есть мало кто ее сделал.
Ну, есть. Ее освободить, типа, надо. С тюрьмы, иначе сначала... Ну, это то же самое получается. То есть сначала посадить, а потом освободить придется.
Где она в конце, в начале?
3%, да, в конце.
Как проебал, что ли? Бля, реально. Конечно. Ну, то есть получается. Сажаем, не дай, наверное, хули.
But all of it is circumstantial. I've a perfectly logical explanation for every piece of so-called evidence against me, and yet you've been trailing me like a bloodhound. People seem to want to believe I am guilty, so let me tell you something I've been keeping to myself. Perhaps it may yet lead to the true culprit. Over the last few months, Jake grew distant. Distant and dark somehow. Something in him changed. I can't quite put my finger on it, but he was no longer the gentleman he used to be. In fact, he scared me. It all began the day he met Evelyn, Master Theliron's apprentice. She healed him of what we all believe to be a fatal wound he suffered hunting boars. I think he became obsessed by her, or obsessed by the secrets I just know she holds. Talk to this woman. There is more to her than meets the eye. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if she belongs to that sect. You know, to those who worship a goddess without name and practice rituals of blood. I never liked her from the moment I met her. Men cannot see past her beauty, but I have gazed her in the eye and it was death that leered back at me. She hails from Silverglen, a village in the forest north of Syseal. How she made it past the undead without a Legion escort, I'll never know. Though I can hazard an eerie guess. If anyone killed my Jake, it must be her. She had her claws in him for many long months, and finally she must have cut too deeply.
Теперь, небось, мы из-за этого не сможем ее посадить.
Сейчас, погоди, сохраню.
Так раньше надо было.
Давай попробуем.
Those boots are embarrassed.
Sorry, sir.
Get to shining, recruits.
Sorry, sir.
Тебя же нож, и эта хуйня.
Наверное.
Ah, the sword. Whom would you have the Legion arrest? So, he wants you to kill... As I suspected.
А если загрузится?
Так ты же сохранился после диалога.
Ну, загрузится до диалога, я имею в виду. Так, то есть сейчас мы ее не посадим, да, я так понимаю?
Ну, что-то не хватает.
А, тот диалог, походу, просто был выбран. Понял? Ну, давай загружу. Еще раз поговоришь. Там надо про убийство Джейка, и там улики будут предлагаться, понял?
Ок.
Наверное, после того, как улики ему все показать, он такой, ну да, давай посадим. Ну, теоретически. Ну, не должно же быть все так однобоко, по идее.
Опять бежать.
Кошмар.
Sorry, sir.
To the barracks! March!
Sorry, sir.
Recruits! That was You again. Doof, what about it? Well, have you found any incriminating evidence against her? If so, let's have it. Like I said, the girl's known to be a flirt. But that sob of a feral doesn't have the mettle to commit murder. And as far as I'm concerned, neither has she. How to plan the perfect murder? Really? Really? She might as well wear a dress with the words "I killed Jake and I liked it" embroidered on it. But that alone wouldn't suffice to convince me. So convince me, Hunter, and keep looking. The knife, the book, the letter, they seem harmless enough by themselves, but in conjunction they do paint a pretty grim picture. Fine then.
All right.
If you're certain she did it, then I shall have Esmeralda arrested. Your responsibility, Source Hunter. Surely you have exhausted all the evidence that was to be found, no? A good bloodhound knows when the trail has gone cold. So be a good dog now, won't you? Whom would you have the Legion arrest?
Arrest her. 3 pieces of evidence is more than enough to warrant taking her into custody.
Agreed. What does it matter if this evidence is weak? Everyone in...
I remain skeptical, but the evidence brought before me is too damning to neglect, even if it was gathered by an amateur inspector. Have it your way. She'll be placed under arrest before the hour is out. But even then, the rather flimsy proof you have gathered will hardly go a long way to convict her. A confession is needed. Once she's behind bars, see to it that she admits her crime.
Наверное, нужно собирать улики, чтобы вытащить ее.
Да, типа к Эвелин идти, вся хуйня. Это же Эвелин, да, в итоге убийца, да?
Да.
Я ж правильно помню. Окей.
Ну да. Песику всякое понюхать надо давать, там труп овцы откопать.
Еще не посадили пока? Не, еще пока нет. Пойдем посмотрим, как ее сажают, там хуй знает. А, вот.
Have I understood the situation correctly? You've had Esmeralda arrested on the basis of such flimsy evidence as a letter, a book, and a butcher's knife? The woman is clearly no sorcerer. How could she, based on your evidence, have committed what was obviously a murder by magic? It pains me to see someone innocent of source jailed for a crime so sinister. I suppose being innocent of sorcery doesn't make one innocent on all counts. You've got a point. But to believe that the evidence we submitted was sufficient to incriminate Esmeralda? Well, it reminds me of an old expression from Academy North.
Надо слушать.
Ну, жмакнул случайно, ну, блядь, ну бывает. Не ругайся.
Those boots would embarrass a brick foot. Get the sight.
Should tragedy befall you on the battlefield?
I suppose so. But seeing that I'm neither married, engaged, or attached anyway, I've never bothered to inquire.
Polite, handsome,
Okay,
and
никто не
single.
арестовывает.
Don't go anywhere tonight, Legionnaire. In the dark?
Legion's greetings, Hunter. You claim to possess evidence that implicates Lady Esmeralda in the murder of her husband? Well, let's have it then. Used for cookery, was it? Well, that settles it. A perfectly innocent explanation for a perfectly innocent activity. Dearest Esmeralda, I never doubted her. So it was Jake's? Of course. He read it so as to outfox lurking assassins. Alas, glorious to arrest you for the murder of your husband, Jake. Please follow me, for I must escort you to prison.
What? This is preposterous! A travesty of justice! I am innocent!
I am not here to judge, only to execute my orders, ma'am. Please don't make a fuss so I won't be forced to shackle you.
Very well. I shall accompany you peacefully. But know, sir, that you are leading a guiltless woman into darkness and destitution. Gods forgive you this trespass.
Legion's greetings, Hunter. You claim to possess evidence that implicates Lady Esmeralda in... There now, she was stringing...
Не свалил, блядь. Даже не договорил. Он побежал. Да, блядь. Чё такое происходит? В смысле? Я все видел. Он просто исчез тут, блядь, в траве.
Блядь, дом закрыли. Прям перед ебалом моим.
Трусы-то ты забрал?
Трусы-то забрал вроде.
Ладно, там вторая дверь открыта.
Ладно, пойдем к псинке.
К Виктории. Может, с ней поговорить надо. Ну, надо доказательства от эльфа. Может, амулет ему дать надо ей.
Turjageta, friend. Yes? Have you decided what should be done about him? Leg Fizoda! It would probably be better if you... Yes? Have you decided what should be done about him?
Храни. Сохрани.
My amulet?
Да и название еще
But it is
придумываю просто.
Haxmachi, a
Потом не
sacred
допутаться.
token that houses the presence of my ancestors. No, I cannot part with my talisman, the keepsake of my soul.
О, вероятность убеждения у меня пишется в скобочках. У тебя не пишется?
Да.
Пишется, да?
Да. Ну,
Прикольно.
и до этого писалось.
Значит, у тебя больше восприятия, чем у меня всегда было. Окей.
Ну, когда ты говорил, у меня писалось.
Понятно. Значит, я просто восприятие включил.
When you put it like that, I guess I cannot say that it is. I do this very reluctantly, but fine. Have my talisman. May it fool the elf that would see me dead.
А на него какие-то ачивки были на этот квест?
Вроде нет. Но он запорол нам в прошлый раз.
Ну, потому что мы убили Арчиху в итоге, да?
Наверное.
Need a big cheese on your block with a wheel.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for a fry-up.
Скорее всего, воровать его надо.
Here I wait for thee in the dark. Yes, yes. Have you made the orc feel the black and biting cold center toward the gangling grip of the greedy grey?
Yes, so it is. So it is.
By Angus, the Impaler's favourite steak, you've done well by me. Oh, Ravager of Gazaldagar, the last of their line is dead. The House of Gandavon has been avenged. Sweet flowing blood. The quest of decay is at an end. My wealth is yours. My life is death's. By the hollow sockets of the Voidwood Eye Gouger, I bid thee thanks and fond farewell.
Эй. У тебя лидерство есть прокачано?
Лидерство.
А?
Ну, +1 на шмотки.
Шапка, не?
Нет.
На тебе еще тогда.
А нет, у меня каким-то свойством. Видимо.
If only the popular girls from the
Ну,
Source
короче,
Academy could see how
надо
edgy and dangerous you've become.
загружаться, потому что это не посадить, он съебался.
Ты хочешь его посадить?
Да.
Загрузка амулет. Бля, у меня такие красивые сохранения, везде все подписано, что мы должны сделать или что делаем.
Надо тогда найти что. Ну, вообще можно Вольграфа взять. У него хотя бы одно воровство-то точно есть. Если его не хватает, то шмотку какую-нибудь найти.
Но у меня есть шмотка на воровство.
Ну, как бы, я думаю, +1 вряд ли хватит.
Да. Ты с ней дело, по-моему, тут не завершил еще.
Leg Fizzoda! Yes, it would probably be better if you rather than I informed Captain Aureus, though. He bears little...
О, игра вылетела.
I am Victoria, daughter of... When I was very young, you see, the fisherman who... He raised me like I was... Indeed you may.
Опять вылетело. Да что за хуйня? Что-то глюкнуло, походу. Есть у меня предположение, что просто во время диалога был сейф, поэтому говно такое. Хотя странно, но во время диалогов сохранялись и раньше.
Тогда ты из диалога сам выйди.
Я не в диалоге. С моим персонажем ничего сделать не могу.
В смысле не можешь? Ты его должен на себя назначить, тогда сможешь.
Так они сейчас все под моим управлением персонажи. Пока я тебя не пригласил, все персонажи под моим управлением.
Ну, и ты не можешь выйти из диалога?
И нет, у меня ничего нету, и я ни с кем не могу поговорить, ни с чем не могу проинтерактировать. Ну, не знаю, попробуй зайти еще раз. Может получится. Если нет, тогда предыдущее будем грузить. Вот, у тебя диалог сразу открылся, да?
Не знаю еще. Да.
Leg fizzled. It would probably be better.
Угу, крит. Что ты жмакаешь-то там?
Ну, выхожу из диалога.
А если не выходить, что-то выбрать?
Ну такие, ну там нельзя закрыть, не выбрав что-то. Я и сменить тему нажимал, и на это, на арестовать.
А если просто выйти никак, да?
Ну, третий вариант, опять на амулет поторговаться.
Ну давай на амулет. Или арестовать надо нажать все-таки. Ну да, предыдущий.
My amulet? But it is Hax Magi.
Ну да, крит опять.
Ну вот когда я выхожу из диалога, тебе говорят, а ты меня не подслушиваешь.
Не могу. Просто арчиха не кликабельно. Так, значит, предыдущий у нас это посадить Эсмеральду. Ясно. Так, сажайте пока. Я автономию.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir.
You, again. What about it? Well, have you found any incrimination? So, you found a blooded knife in it. How to plan? The knife. Surely you have exhausted all the evidence that was... Whom would you have the Legion arrest? I remain skeptical, but even then...
Sir, no, sir.
That is a bridge drum. Get to signing recruits.
Sorry, sir.
Return about face. To the barracks. March. Recruits. That was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again. Attention! About face! To the barracks! March! Recruits! That was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again! Attention!
So tell me, Septimus, would your wife or sweetheart be compensated by the Legion should tragedy befall you on the battlefield?
I suppose so, milady. But seeing...
Polite, handsome, and single. Don't go anywhere tonight.
Esmeralda, ma'am. Legion's greetings, hunter. So fair, steadfast will I... You claim to possess... Used for cookery, was it? So it was Jake's? Of course. There now, she was stringing Ferrol along. Ha! A pampered brat, that Duke, just like she says. Bark's worst... My orders, ma'am. Please don't make a fuss so I won't be forced to shackle you.
Very well. I shall accompany you peacefully. But know, sir, that you are leading a guiltless woman into darkness and destitution. Gods forgive you this trespass.
А я тут. Что ты там посадил ее?
Да.
Что тут Мадара хочет?
If I understood the situation correctly, you've had Esmeralda arrested on the basis of such flimsy evidence as a letter, a book, and a butcher's knife? The woman is clearly no sorcerer. How could she, based on your evidence, have committed what was obviously a murder by magic? It pains me to see someone innocent of source jailed for a crime so sinister. Right you are. Surely a wicked sorcerer lurks in some corner, snickering that an innocent has been blamed for his or her deeds most foul. Once we find the real darkness behind this crime, we'll quickly undo this most unjust incarceration of Lady Esmeralda. To think that someone so clearly innocent of magic should be jailed while scheming sorcerers walk free. It defies logic.
К Корчихе ходил уже?
Ну а зачем?
А да, что нам надо?
Ну так я же пробовал через амулет. Он уходит,
А
если
второй
отдать.
диалог там.
В смысле? Второй диалог, ну это уже до этого говорили, что арестовать его. Ну, этому нужны доказательства. Ну да. Я еще вспомнил, но у меня же еще магия есть. Пойду книжки посмотрю на магию.
Ah, gracious patron, I see your tired eyes looking a bit teary. I've just the potion for that. Or would you prefer a toasty fire
И
spell
где
to
тут на
dry those
геомантию
vapors?
купить?
Who's ever seen?
Не Архусу?
Arrows by the dozens.
Hey, stop that!
Pay the big cheese on your broth with a wheel of the good stuff.
Ведь вверху бежать.
Ah, so it is.
Слушай, из навыков.
Attention! About face!
How can I help you, my friend?
Ну да, тут могу купить книжечек.
Какой ты там магией балуешься?
Ева. Ну приходи покупать. Давай благословение. У меня вроде все равно я только один слот.
Благословение? И все?
Ну, там еще доспехи есть и удар камня. А это дорого.
Да, мне не хватит. На благословение только, наверное, хватит. Ну что-то одно, короче.
Ну, благословение.
Собака не хочет трусы нюхать.
Quiet! No talking to these scoundrels, criminal scum!
Закончил диалог, сохранил.
Have you talked to that witch of an Evelyn yet? She's the instigator of all this mayhem. I just know it. I never liked her from the moment I met her. Men cannot see past her beauty, but I have gazed her in the eye, and it was death that leered back at me.
She hails from Silverglen, a village in the forest north of Sisal. How she made it past the undead without a legion escort, I'll never know. Though I can hazard an eerie
Я думал, потому что моя могилу выкопала.
If anyone killed my Jake, it must be her. She had her claws in him for many long months, and finally she must have cut too deeply. It isn't, you rat! You put me here, now get me out of here! Evelyn is the guilty party, not I!
That shovel has proven worth its weight, it seems.
And I would have done so more quickly if someone weren't hovering over my shoulder like a nosy aunt.
Я в тюрьме, блядь, сидел. Что ты выебываешься? Ну не сидел, стоял. Издевался тут над тетей, которую посадил.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to be a bother. It's just so very thrilling when you've set your mind to something.
Пошли за овцой.
Куда?
Ну, овцу выкапывать.
Давай эту гробчик просмотрим, как Джейсон и гробовщиков.
Ну там овца лежит.
So many dead civilians. It's an honor to visit the fallen.
But theirs is not a sad fate, I think. To join the grass? To become food for the trees and flowers? What could be more peaceful?
What trickery is this? That's not Jake.
Are you playing without It's a rotting sheep's corpse.
70 килограммов.
It seems someone snatched Jake's body.
May the seven keep you.
Where are you, Jake? Are you playing without me?
А что, ее надо взять, этот труп овцы, или нет?
Вряд ли.
Пошли к гробовщику.
А с собакой ты поговорил?
Ща. После разгрытия, да?
Rest in peace, darling.
Someone stole Jake? Jake stole my ball once, but then he threw it far, and I went and I got it. And Jake was awesome. Listen, if you go around town and find someone who you think might have done it, bring me a really stinky something of theirs. And I'll see if I can smell Jake on it. An awesome smell. I couldn't mistake it.
Darling.
Esmeralda? Ugh, terrible smell. Like flowers and soap. Not awesome. Ugh, hated her. Aureus is kind of awesome. Evelyn, too. They both have a sweaty, dead thingy smell. Cecil, he's all right, I guess. Mostly he smells like old books, which is neither awesome nor non-awesome. Bring me anything of theirs, and I'll be able to tell you if I can sniff out Jake's smell on them. Jake has the best smell. I'd know it anywhere. Did you find something for me to stick my nose into? Jake was awesome, and she didn't like Jake, so I'm pretty sure she's the worst thing that ever lived. Let me get a whiff. Oh, take this away. It smells like every rich man in town except Jake. No, there's definitely not a hint of Jake here. Join you? No way. I mean, you smell pretty great. Even better than the dumpster behind the butcher's house. But the town is full of scary stuff like body snatchers and bathtubs. Without my best friend, the most awesome Jake ever, here to protect me, I'd rather stay far away. Just bring those smelly items to me here. If I ever find out who killed Jake, the most...
May the seven keep you.
Гробовщика тоже, по-моему, можно посадить, да?
Вроде да. Там много камер.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the like of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend.
Бля, сейчас
А, стеклянная пушка с волком-одиночкой нельзя.
А, раньше можно было, да?
Да.
Ты волк-одиночку прокачал?
Нет, я просто талант смотрю.
Rawr!
Да.
That is, how can...
У тебя показаны цифры?
Нет. Вот, возможно, надо было... Ну, хрен знает. Может, он сам зазнается, но тут как бы еще пошарить в его доме можно.
I suppose you're right. At least if I tell you myself, you'll hear the proper account of things. I buried that blasted sheep, but I swear on my lucky left foot I had nothing to do with that body disappearing. 1 minute it was on my slab, you see. I left the room for just a moment to answer the bell in the front parlour, and when I returned, the body was simply gone. In its place was a sack containing more gold coins than I could even count. The message was clear. Silence is golden. My business has been declining right alongside the rest of our blighted city. And that sack of gold was worth more than I made during one of the good years. I needed cash, and someone needed my silence. I knew I had to bury something or risk being found out. So that night, I stole into the market and made off with Bertia's fattest sheep. It was a bloody waste to stick so much fine meat into the ground to rot, but it had to be done.
The next day, the pallbearers retrieved Jake's coffin, sealed to hide the body's terrible wounds, none the wiser that within the casket lay nothing more venerable than a slaughtered beast. Now, you can imagine I've spent more than my share of restless nights wondering who could have wanted that cadaver and for what purpose. I'm not an inch closer to imagining the why, but I've got a few inklings as to the who. Near as I can reckon, there are only 4 people who could have been involved. Mayor Cecil, Captain Aureus, Theleron's apprentice Evelyn, and Esmeralda. Plenty of us shopkeepers entrust the mayor with the spare keys to our businesses, you know. And he's the only person in town with a second copy of the key to the mortuary. He could have used it to sidle in without a peep, if he were so inclined. Aureus himself paid me a visit the night the body was delivered. Came rapping at my door in the frosty morning before the sun had even started peeping, and told me to tell him, and only him, I can't see why he'd bothered to go through all that trouble, unless he knew something the rest of us don't. I know it sounds strange suspecting the doctor's apprentice of something so ghoulish as this, but there's few in this city could manage to transport a corpse without raising eyebrows. It was she who delivered Jake's body from the inn to the mortuary, and there was something about her that night, some kind of excitement. Seemed she could barely contain her thoughts, that there was something thrilling about to happen. I can't quite settle it in my mind how a young medical professional would have such a strange reaction to an occasion such as that. And this may or may not have anything to do with the whole rigmarole. But her master, Dr. Theleron, bought an old shack of mine, one overtaken by undead, for an exorbitant price considering what he was getting. I never did figure what he wanted it for, but he sure seemed eager. I never saw a widow less distraught at the death of her husband, and I've seen hundreds pass through my parlor. It was she who rang my bell just before the body was snatched, lured me outside claiming she needed air, before discussing the funeral arrangements. Some accomplice could have sneaked in and grabbed the remains while I was comforting the oh-so-overcome Esmeralda. That gold's the only good thing to come out of this blasted affair, and I certainly plan on making some use of it. Pillar of the community? Ha! Half this city doesn't know my name, and the other half regards me as the spirit of death itself. What do you think you're doing?
Блин. Ну его посадим нахер.
Да.
Пидорас. Что-то этого не захотел. Что у тебя там наверху есть? Ничего? Наверху мы шарили. И тебя прикрою. Бля.
Looks like the mortician has reason to suspect Mayor Cecil, Captain Aureus, Evelyn, and Esmeralda of something.
Ты не говорил, что туда нельзя, мужик? Бля.
Ah, there you are. You were rather conspicuously absent during that last fight I was in.
Well, whoopity-tiddly-do. Does that mean you had to cast that hide behind your mother's skirt spell?
Тебя там опять наругали за то, что ты воруешь?
А?
Тебя наругали за то, что ты воруешь? Или что произошло?
Не, она просто в комнату забежала, дверь была открыта. А он такой, типа...
I'll cast the head up your arse spell if you don't hold your tongue. You'd back your cowardice up by scorn. Pathetic.
Настоящая бабская пати.
Интересно, если я наверх поднимусь, он опять согреется?
Careful now. Your head's grown more swollen than saffrons, I dare say.
Ты нашел что?
Ну, там книжка, в ней написано то же самое, что он сказал. Да.
Фика урыв, блядь, давай его посадим, он пидорас, он мне не нравится. Можно к Берти сначала сгонять, где она там, блядь, на рынке.
Какой там уровень? 4?
Like wildfire!
По-моему, можно 5-м выйти. По-моему, у меня получалось так.
I'm straight. I'm true. Arrows by the dozens.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for a fry-up.
Но сейчас, в принципе, можно и на 4-м выходить, а вот, блядь, на хардкоре я бы не решился. Лучше, блядь, все выполнить, что можно. Да и накрафтиться там надо будет, конечно же.
Она к мэру побежала. Ну ее тут нет. А что Сесил скажет?
Jake? Murdered, you say? Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
Видимо, она побежала к мэру, к Урею через мэра. Ну, портал в дверь, знаешь, все дела.
Any progress in stopping that beast?
Lonesome, spiritless, perhaps wrestling an
About face! To the barracks! Nuts!
О,
Hunter says that creep Robert stole my sheep.
And?
Well, aren't you going to arrest that stinking thief?
I'll have a talk with him, madam. Whom would you have the Legion arrest? Certainly looks like his wife is responsible for his demise, but I don't believe for an instant that she acted alone. Any detective worth his salt would come to that conclusion, but it seems I have to spell it out to source hunters. Keep looking. It was stolen? Gods, what a fool that Roberts is! Taking a bribe in beleaguered old Scythial. Ah! What was he going to do with that gold? Buy the largest kipper in the land? He has a lot to answer for, but not as much as the one that did the bribing in the first place. Guess your mission is pretty clear, isn't it? Off you go to find this munificent body snatcher. She vanished into thin air, did she? Could she be behind this rotten business after all? Track her down, will you? That girl has some explaining to do. Whom would you have the Legion arrest?
Почему его нельзя арестовать? А ты можешь с ним поговорить уж? У тебя улики, типа там арестуешь.
You, again. Do feel. Whom would you have the Legion? So, he wants you to kill that. As I suspected. Certainly looks like his wife is responsible for his Surely you have exhausted all the evidence that was to be found? No? A good. You know it was taken, and you claim to know by whom? Evelyn. Oh, if you must. Whom would you have the Legion arrest?
Бля, обидно. Ну ладно.
Значит, надо найти того, кто взятку тут.
Those boats would embarrass a bridge troll. Get to shining, recruits.
Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private? Sir,
Не нужно же труп овцы нести ему. Не надо же ему труп овцы нести.
Добре.
Divines doubly bless you, friend. So I did. The Pact of Volunteers. The chances of survival during these sorties are only about one. I shall be very glad to share what information, by all means.
С ним вообще не могу поговорить. А, его арестовал, да, понимаете. Все увидели пидора.
Я прослушал.
If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become.
Что познавать?
Броню и нож.
На мой дуру, наверное, вообще нормально.
Хуже прошлых.
Хуже? Когда возвращай.
Я сам ее одену. Что опять грохочет. Это ты колдуешь. Затрясется все. На втором этаже аж трясется.
Так, давай сохраним. Рест гробовщика. Так, что там у нас еще по квестикам? На выход или...
I'm warm as fresh apple pie.
Good luck out there, Hunter. Evil lurks beyond Saiseal's ramparts.
Тут погулять может. На улице.
Did someone leave an oven door open?
I need to dry off.
Know much about zombies, do you? How about walking bones?
Better to evacuate this place while there's still some left to save, I say. Got...
Странно, что тут ворот нет.
Разъебались.
So, the wizard's crafted a device intended to keep the undead at bay, has he? Little did he expect we'd recognize the hulking source sapphire he's using to fuel it. Careful now, comrades, and tread lightly. There's no telling when that madman's doomsday device might gain sentience and turn its rays on us. The magical sort will do anything to increase their own personal powers, be it offering their souls to demons, sacrificing the innocent, or installing dark machinery in a city they were sworn to protect. But have no fear, comrades. Together, we form an elite squad of unstoppable source-hunting savvy. We shan't rest until Saiseal is safe once more.
Kurwa mokre.
Ну, третий уровень.
Кнопочки.
Не хотел.
дых перли. А внезапно.
Блин. Талант у Мадора, который, ну, типа, одно хп оставляет при смерти, называется Ванька Встанька. Ёбаный стыд. Отличные зомби, которых бьешь и станешься.
Вообще пиздец.
Seven, call me home.
А чё? Больно-то так, блядь.
Чё? Десанта? Ебануться. Жесткие типа так-то. Мы не прошли бы, короче.
Да.
Совсем не прошли.
Мы вышли из одного выхода, баллисты расстреляли всех, особенно своих. Там какая-то новая дырка, рождающая зомби была. Тут, блять, с неба падают зомби, в которых стреляешь и станешься.
Стреляет, блядь, даже не бьет. О, смотри. Опять застанилось говно. Ебать. Ебать.
Пиздец, он дамажит.
Жесткая хуета.
Третий уровень, кстати.
Да, учитывая, что мы, блядь, четвертый.
А тут реально они хотят, чтобы кайтили, блядь, назад и стреляли из пушки.
Похоже.
Не просто же так диалог был про эти пушки. Там намекнули.
Этого сможешь добить, который рядом с пауком стоит? Он захуярит всех, по-моему.
meets your demise!
Что он делает?
Следующая магия будет наносить 150% урона. Ну, в принципе, прикольно. Кидаешь эту хрень и потом хилишь.
Неплохо. Надо протестить. Если я сниму с него болезнь, она задамажит? Да. Первая помощь не снимает гниение, она дамажит по гниению.
Я сохраню, типа, первый бой жесткий.
Back on my feet again.
Колодец где-то около дома вроде.
Вот он, да?
So absorbed is he in his coin hoarding that at first he doesn't notice your presence. Suddenly, though, he pauses, looks up, and quick as a cat its talons, readies 2 daggers. The instant you mention your title, the man's eyes go wide. He ostentatiously sheathes his weapons and pulls a quill and a scrap of parchment out of one of his pockets. Dexterously, he writes down a couple of phrases, then holds it out for you to read. Mute. Can't speak. Tell truth now. You really a source hunter? Excitedly, the man turns over the scrap and pens a few more lines. Name's Walgraf. I admire you. No hero like Source Hunter. Sysil, dead end. Please let me join you. Walgraf nods enthusiastically and pulls a couple of ripped parchment pieces out from his vestments. Hastily, he covers them with words and pushes them in your hands, one after the other. Been mute since I was a kid. Sorcerers took my voice. People think I'm stupid. I'm not. Get money, food where I can. Steal if I must. Not from poor folks. I'm a good sneak, good fighter, good with logs. See things you don't. Want to help you. I'm useful.
Want to catch sorcerers? Make 'em pay. Please.
Walgraf notices there's no room left in your party and shrugs his shoulders. Nothing he can do about that.
Тут побродим. Так, сейчас приду пару минут.
Bones knit, skin heals.
Бля, пиявка с Ванькой в стайкой не работает. Я хотел это как бы Мадори прокачать. Пиздец. Ванька в стайка, блядь. Вечное дитя был.
Забыл.
охает.
Holy encouragement.
Отлично, я не могу стойку отменить. Класс.
КД?
Да, теперь у них КД. Я могу только поменять. Ну, хули толку. Мне надо ее снять, чтобы одну очку меньше тратить. Или подожди. А,
Они
нет.
вроде не дают увеличения сейчас.
Они теперь не дают, окей. Это арбалет 5 стоит. Раньше лук был на 4.
Хай. Автосейв?
Не, давайте сюда не пойдем еще.
А?
Сюда в последнюю очередь.
Сюда?
Ловушки тут есть?
Hold!
Есть.
Our enemies have laid a trap.
Все уже забыл, да?
Блять, как же по крышам сложно попадать. Инноватор.
Eye of the eagle, talons of the hawk! Sound of the seven! I don't have the right tool.
I don't have the right tool. I don't have the right tool for mining.
Ты вышел?
Да.
Ты вышел, да?
Да.
Вышел.
May your arrows fly far.
Бля, этот баф на восприятие огонь. 10 ходов, ну то есть долго висит.
I don't have the right tool for mining.
What's this? I found something.
Нихуя себе. Качаю нахуй восприятие. Жонглер, блядь. Мадор. Угниение, пиздец, маленький радиус, конечно. Блять, я это говно кинул. Да, прикольно, что в бою теперь можно камеру повернуть, как тебе удобно. А то бывало иногда упрешься, блядь, в какой-то столб и хуй прицелишься.
Ну да.
Ну, столб, стена, там, какая-нибудь арка, блядь. Так, сейчас придут пару минут.
Revitalize and restore. Thorns in your eyes.
Да. Они еще будут. Что там, сбегал уже в ту сторону?
Там дырка на кладбище вылезть.
Не очень туда хочется, да?
Ну, это городское кладбище.
А. Это туда, куда в конце надо было, ты говорил, идти, да?
Да. Где ловушки.
Spying traps ahead.
Блять, ёбнутая женщина.
My life is ebbing away.
Надо было сохраниться,
Please assist me.
когда идем на ловушки.
Тут какой-то автосейв был. Выглядит.
Да.
Блять, нахуй, я аккуратненько иду, эта хуйня, блять, взяла, наступила на пиздец.
Построение отряда поставь другое.
Оно же только в начале боя активируется.
Нет. Они всегда так и бегают за тобой. Когда останавливаются, они в таких позициях и остановятся. Треугольником, квадратик. Слева от тебя, там, перед тобой, за тобой. То есть этим никогда не пользовался.
Я думал, это только в бою, потому что где-то была какая-то подсказка давным-давно, я читал. Типа, определяет положение компаньонов во время боя. Типа такого. Я подумал, типа, да, блядь, мне как бы похуй, как они во время боя начинают. Ебанько, блядь. Куда оно поперло, блядь? Вот ебанько. Иди нахуй в будке какой-нибудь лучше.
Spying traps ahead.
Ты к ней такой же, да?
Коробку лутает шел. Коробку лучше не трогать. Почему пирамидку до сих пор нельзя перекинуть? Что за говно?
Я думаю, без телекинеза можно сейчас попробовать. Блять. Трэш. Блять. Да.
Я долго ее буду кидать.
Да блять. Сука. У меня же палец на 8 стоит.
Treasure!
Careful now, that's a trap. May your arrows fly far.
Да ёба.
Look out! I see a trap nearby. Hearing of the hawk!
Ну что там интересно?
Да. Зачем ты мне луки кидаешь, если я не лучница?
А что тебе кидать?
Арбалет.
Арбалеты?
Да. Этот рубин находил. Ну, тут рубин восприятием находится точно. Где-то в этом доме.
Кто находится?
Рубин.
What's this? I found something.
8 мало, 10 норм. Понятно.
Шел?
Да, подобрал.
Рубин тоже?
Да. Ну что, пойдем с Вольгольфом этого лутать карманы Идера?
Давай попробуем.
Он где, все еще там или он уже в таверне?
Там. Он, по идее, не будет в таверне, пока мы его не возьмем оттуда.
А может Мадору отозвать? Я бы около него просто сейчас. Не знаю, может ли суп персонажа взять его? Наверное, да.
Так он говорит вообще с тобой.
Да.
Dance and dugongs, you nearly startled me out of my boots. But what'll you do if you stumble upon a cast of enraged source crabs? Well, I reckon I'll grab a pint at the King Crab Inn until you lot come to your senses. Medora salutes you, comrades, until we meet again.
Дарую тебе, Вольгольф.
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lining your pockets.
Сохрани.
Просто сохранить.
Да?
By the filed, teeth of Sulumar's soul shredder. The end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
Ну, я стырил у него амулет и ключ какой-то.
У кого?
Вот, у эльфа вот окровавленный амулет. На тебе амулет, на тебе ключ. Иди сдавай. Сажаем эльфа.
Урею?
Где?
You call to Walgraf. He awaits. Walgraf gives a curt,
Ключ раз ты
disgruntled
мне дал.
nod, and with a gesture that suggests the drinking out of a mug of
Ключ и
ale, he
амулет
seems to indicate he'll
окровавленный.
be at the...
Careful, comrade. I think I smell my hand to your cause.
Whom would you have the Legion arrest? So,
Я
he
снова
wants
могу
you to
подслушивать.
kill that savage the mayor calls his daughter, does he? Hardly seems a crime to do so. As I suspected.
В смысле, я говорю, я снова могу подслушивать. Все починилось. Это хорошо.
Понял, понял.
So, you've found proof, have you? You have established this elf has been responsible for the death of many an orc and would like to be responsible for another. I'd give him a medal for his diligence, but apparently source hunters protect the green skins that blight our lands. So be it. Eglandair will be arrested, and you can pride yourself on the travesty of justice that you have brought about.
Пойдем смотреть.
Какой, блядь, здесь сил огромный, это пиздец.
Интересно, от чего ключ? Тут как бы нет сундуков заперт.
You, Sir Elf with unpronounceable name. You are charged with the intention to kill Victoria, daughter of Cecil's mayor. In the name of Captain Aureus, you are hereby under arrest.
I don't understand you.
I needed that.
Oh, young, able-bodied legionnaire. I'm but a frail old man with a cough in his lungs and
pain in his bones. What harm could I have done?
Oh, I don't rightly know, sir. I'm afraid I have my orders and I must obey. Please follow me.
I guess I must. I guess I must. Oh, dear me, don't walk too fast now, or my back will fail me. I haven't your youth, my boy. Old as the oaks, I am. Dear, oh dear. What is happening to me?
Не зарыт ли там день сундук, где мы его встретили? Портрет я хочу сказать.
Ебать, они быстро лунной походкой, блядь, съебались в окно. Пиздец. Пойдем тюряшку навестим.
Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match one short.
Potions to bemuscle you! Tussle you!
Ой, да пошел ты. Ладно, значит, надо, видимо, Корсар перед Арчихой отчитываться.
What? Oh, it's you! What news? You had Aureus arrest him? Capital! Let that dog rot in his cell.
Tujageta, friend. He has been locked away. Oh, Diljazimas Estinek. You have saved me. Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Ну да.
It is a terror to know someone prays for your
Просто
demise,
нажми на
but
меня.
you have undone it.
Послушай.
The sun that is your chivalry has dissolved the dew that was Eglandir's hate. May the gods bless your heart and shield your soul from harm.
А теперь про книги в библиотеке, да?
Indeed you may. The wisdom I here hoard is yours to peruse and even take with you. All I can ask is that you return the books you borrow so that others may enjoy them too.
Че, можно теперь, да?
Да то же самое сказал.
А можно все остальные брать книжки или нет?
Нет, ничего не поменялось.
Это крыса.
Volume 1, Volume 2.
А мэр
Where has the
скажет.
third one gone?
Ну, сказал, арестовали и молодец.
И все, да?
Да.
Нет. Ладно, пошли к Эвелин наведаемся. Она, по-моему, съебаться сейчас должна.
Potions to bemuscle you! Scrolls to entussle you!
Ну, уже получается.
No, I know it's here somewhere. I hardly want to ruin this particular batch of party elixir with too much wormwood.
I'd try her house, for starters. It's not far from here. I'll mark the location on your map.
Закрой дверь.
Sigurd's beard, what a find!
Oh, I know it's here somewhere. I wouldn't want to ruin this particular batch of party elixir with too much wormwood.
Ключ от дома Эвелин из задней комнаты Телорона.
If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become.
Пахучая шуба.
Oh, I know it's here somewhere. I wouldn't want to ruin this particular batch of party elixir with too much wormwood.
If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become. If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become.
Страшные трусы.
Доктора лучница прокачаю мне слотов.
Soothing a corpse's troubled mind. Can't have gotten far.
Тут не побольше.
Oh, I know it's here somewhere. I wouldn't want to ruin this particular batch of party elixir with too much wormwood.
Так, сейчас сохранюсь около дома.
Интересно, кого еще можно арестовать? Может, как раз вот это вот Толерона? Он тоже съебывается потом.
Ну, вроде можно, да, как его.
Ну, нам могильщик сказал, что есть хижина. Мы так, конечно, там были, но не сейчас. Там дневники у него, вся вот эта хуйня.
I mustn't have used it correctly. So she's got a lair on the beach, does she?
Perhaps that's where she stashed Jake's body.
Почитай. Ну, ты это тоже почитай. Это, наверное, тот, кто брал взятку в крабе, так Алугай находится. Это может быть как раз таки Толерон, не? Этот Еще одну хуйню скинул, короче.
Угу. Что, попытаемся дойти до дома Телерона? Ну, до того, который за городом.
Ну да.
Пипи, только сбегай.
Да?
Пипи.
А, да, там.
Тут.
Угу.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of
Арбалет нет.
Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison?
А, не, есть.
Get to the point.
Блин. Это не рановато, хотя надо бы.
fresh haddock, perfect for a fry-up.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea. Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew and spice 'em, stir and churn.
Ладно, потом. Может, выпадет все-таки где-нибудь.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine
Там всякая хуйни понакидал, может, гранат можешь поделать, или пока не можешь.
Lonesome? Spiritless? Perhaps
У меня два
wrestling an
всего.
earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Как они гранаты делаются?
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Gorman there.
A quiet day on the market, it seems.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
I'm straight. I'm true. Arrows by the dozens.
Aaron has as many friends as the
Там
man
собаки
with
похочешь
many
шубу
cheeses.
понюхать.
I'm straight. I'm true. Arrows by the dozens. Heavenly herring. Delicious dogfish. Yours for a scrap of gold each.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew and spice 'em, stir and churn.
Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Завыл.
Let's see.
Больше ничего в голову не пришло.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
А?
Больше ничего в голову не пришло скрафтить. Что
Вот,
там?
везде.
Все пропустил.
Смотри, еще разок.
May the seven keep you.
А, он больше не хочет говорить. Интересно.
Погоди, не говори с ним, я читаю.
Rest in peace, darling.
Мы через север или через запад пойдем?
Ну все, пошли.
Все через север, наверное, ближе. Сейчас сохранюсь.
Так в ту же сторону. Ты не туда
А,
бежишь.
дом в той стороне?
Да. На мобов бы не нарваться.
Да, зато могут быть сюрпризы. Причем те, которых мы даже и знать не могли. Реализатор кота.
Since when does the wind sound the same as a stray dog hungry for bones? My bones.
Oh, for the love of Grosvenor.
your arrows fly far.
Бля, я помню. Вот брать мобов, драться с собакой, мобов кучу будет. Фу. Ну, сохрани, надо как-то ее обойти. Не веди меня к ним, не надо. Ой. Блядь, нет, тут не пройдешь. Ну да, надо было здесь уходить. Блядь, опять не туда. Книжка. Не ходи сюда. Тут очень подозрительная книжка. Мне не нравится ее содержимое. Прочитай ее, что ли. И сохраняйся почаще. Там мины всякие.
Our enemies have laid a trap.
Нет, мы опять не туда пришли. Дом выше. Сука. Это не дом. Назад. Опять ползти.
Херина.
А сбежать?
Песика убьют. Вдруг он нам еще пригодится.
Серьезно, он еще выше.
Тут, наверное, можно съемать. Или нет?
Нет.
Куда ты хочешь пройти, скажи мне?
Вот тут здание, в котором этот... Где-то вот около скелетов было здание, в котором толероны эти свои. Ой, ты не сохранялся? Нихуя вы замечаете.
Замечаторы.
Вот оно, походу. Да. Это оно. Там тоже все заминировано.
Careful now, that's a trap. Maybe the lock can be jimmied.
Ключа-то нет. Хотя хп 600 всего лишь у двери.
Мечом плохо.
Там брони 140.
А управлять я им не могу, да? Форс.
This arrow may not look like much.
As good as a new penny. Ah.
А, так можно даже посмотреть, какой навык нужен, чтобы взломать замок. Так всего 2. Пиздец, палку уже сломал. Придется чинить, чтобы продать.
I've been struck by lightning! Ambushed by a scoundrel!
And it has its very own foreboding hatch. nothing but rubbish. I think I'll stay off that particular device. I think I'll stay off that particular device.
Theleron. It's Theleron who's been raising the dead around Cyseal.
That kindly doctor. We've got to confront him.
Eagle Eyes!
Ключ не нашел.
Да он, ну, у Толерона, наверное.
Может.
I think I'll stay off that particular device.
Исчез, да?
Угу.
Минус еще один магазин.
Кошмар.
ключ воровать, значит, надо было.
Можно загрузиться, мы, в принципе, просто блуждали все это время.
Watch the undead quiver in their moldy boots.
Да, не думаю, что это сейчас много изменит. Просто запомнить на будущее. Потом есть ключ, которого надо 3-й уровень взлома. То есть замок, который нужно 3-й уровень взлома, либо ключ спиздить. Полирона мы теперь такого перед спуском к браку, по-моему, встретим. В подвале церкви, короче, он будет.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Ладно, куда?
Может, теперь можно эту освободить? Или хотя бы, наверное, Евелину убить сначала? Пойдем в Рэю пизданем чуть.
Пойдем. Посмотрим, может, можно освободить. Хуя знает.
Certainly looks like his wife is responsible for his demise, but I don't believe for an instant that she acted alone. Surely you have exhausted all the evidence that you know it was taken.
Без Эвелин ничего не получится.
You again. Certainly looks like his wife is responsible for his demise, but I don't. Oh, if you must. Yes, and he also spends most of his time in the gut.
Ну да. Там уровни поменьше.
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging me?
Excellent. Let's keep it that way. To leave the city is to venture into danger. Be
It never
careful,
rains, but
source
it
hunter.
pours, eh?
Sodding all the way to my boot soles.
Паук не может двигать коробку.
Почему?
Интересно, лапок мало, наверное. Был бы осьминог.
I'm drenched! Flare!
Easy to make, hard to escape.
Oh, физика.
Получайте коробку. Нет, просто через стену не перекинуть. Я пробовал.
Это вроде как бы можно, по идее.
Ну там этот вот там полосочка останавливается на стене.
chaos grips my hands today.
I can help here. Revitalize and restore.
Burn for me. Spy any traps ahead? An invigorating fight that was. And what a killing blow you delivered.
Cheers. Yes, I handled myself like the best of the best, even if I do say so myself.
No need for false modesty where none is needed. You're a born source hunter, and that's a fact.
Rawr! That is...
Bacon like a cake.
Да ты прикалываешься.
Back on my feet again.
Всё.
A stitch in time, eh, my friends?
Ты говоришь со мной, а я не могу это посмотреть.
Don't you worry. As long as I'm there to heal you, you'll come to no harm.
Thank you. I know you have my back, and we're not done yet.
Insight of Maxos.
Ready to advance, ready to def...
We need to get up to speed.
As good as a new penny.
I cannot endure this fiery agony. On the mend. Vile kiss of the serpent! My kingdom for a dry shirt!
Ну, то есть он пролетел сквозь облако и не взорвал. Какая умная магия.
Марк.
Touched by the divine.
What venom churns within me?
Да, блин. Интересно, двоих заденет или нет?
Там еще трупы вон лежат. Раздуваются.
Наверное. Ни одного такого взорвал.
за дело.
Come spin your web for me! Vermin!
Soaking spray!
Bones knit, skin heals.
May your arrows fly far!
Back on your feet, soldier!
I've spotted something.
How perceptive!
Looks like more of the Legionnaires sent to investigate the lighthouse.
Stay sharp, or we'll end up the same.
Once my arrow tastes blood, it craves more. The time of your death is at hand.
Salve of the Seven!
Охранник.
Looking good.
Силы не хватает.
Well, folks, having a bully day? I'm having a bully day. Pushing, pulling, lifting. Look at them muscles, huh? Just like my days at the fair. I used to sail the 7 seas with the best of them. Better than the best of them. But found my true calling at the county fair. The strongest man in Scythiel I was, and they built me as such. Now those were swell times. How people marveled at my feats of strength. Boy, was I the cat's pajamas back then. Anyone could go up against me in a grand old bare-knuckle jamboree, but did they ever best me? Baloney. Now, I'm not a violent guy. Don't get me wrong. Make no mistake. But you know there's no harm in a little roughhousing now and again. Putting on a show for the roaring crowd. Plenty challenged me in those days, but none managed to best Snorri. No, sir. Scrawny against brawny. Could have been a night title fight at the fair. Here are the rules, hotshot. I'm gonna summon an item. Something only Snorri himself could smash. And if you can manage to break it in 35 seconds, you'll have won the challenge. Go getting any pie in the sky? Hope so, pally pal. This'll be nothing to sneeze at. Noodle arms? So, what are you made of?
Here's my palm! As hot as the hell, you will soon inhabit!
Well, you've bested me indeed. I'll give this place the old 23 skidoo and find a worthy opponent in the Hall of Echoes. Sayonara!
Мечу, конечно, пиздец.
А?
Мечу, конечно, пиздец.
Ремонтировать?
Ну еще и проживет немножко. Шейки эти ломать и двери чреваты. Ремонтных молотков у меня нет.
Да.
Да и кузнечного дела тоже.
Ну тогда, ой.
In hot senses!
Я думал, за эту хуйню ачивку дают.
А что так все лагать стало-то?
I feel like I've just had a long bath in a cold lake.
О, арбалет наконец-то.
Please do. I'll make a fortune selling the book rights to my autobiography, The Last Legionnaire.
Yes, well, give me a moment.
How pathetic!
I'm just, letting my supper settle. dying. We're just resting up. The calm before the storm. Those ghosties at the lighthouse won't know what hit 'em. There's certainly something fishy happening. The light shines sure as the tides, though there's not been an attendant there for nearly 2 decades. Our platoon made a pact with Selenia. We'd check out the lighthouse, and if we made it back, we'd get a ticket home.
Ну, там была сделка с Уреем, да?
What Selenia failed to mention was that it wasn't just the ghosts at the lighthouse we had to worry about. It was every savage skeleton on the way there and back too. When we started, we were 7. Now, Lucia and I are the last alive.
Survival of the fittest, I say. We're just here marshalling our strength before hauling into that lighthouse with our swords blazing.
Ha! Marshalling our strength, indeed. To be honest, we've been shaking like chihuahuas, praying for a way out of this mess. And it seems the 7 have sent you.
Ah, Malleus, your dignity's in a puddle at your feet. As for me, an honourable soldier and servant to Rivellon, I'm not afraid to ask nicely. So, what do you say, Source Hunter? Will you check out the lighthouse in the name of your comrades in arms? If Selenia sees the place cleared, we'll be on the next ship out to Sicil and back to our families.
You'll go to the lighthouse and straighten matters out, yes? Let us know what you find.
Glimpse anything unusual?
The further we go, the more bodies we find heaped around.
We must be closing in on where they were headed.
Ира, 100% огненного ретиста. У него всегда так было?
Нет. У него, в принципе, к стихиям теперь.
Что еще?
Ну, наведи на него.
Да, вижу. Единственное, к воздуху у него восприимчивость. Жопа.
Come spin your web for me! Leave no foe standing!
типа херовина есть, видимо, которая резисты не дает. Увидел? В самом-самом ебучем конце.
Rise from your grave!
I'm overheating here. Wasting embrace. Meet your demise!
Rise from your grave! Rise from your grave!
Oh, I'm tripping.
Back on my feet again.
Nix fire, nix flame, nix inferno.
раньше. Ну и модорку сюда лезть. Она пошла даже палатку. Если вот яда. Такой книжки не было, по-моему.
То есть это как щит ядный. Понимаю.
Hour of lethargy!
Умный.
Ну ты двинулся.
Неправда. Да, военные стрелы. Вот сейчас как нежить идет, да? Это и зомби.
Ну да.
Stance of the storm!
увидела.
Aim before striking. This is the end for you!
Ты что, понимаешь, что ты стоишь в яде?
Нет.
I fall!
As good as a new penny.
Дождик херовый.
Rain nurtures our land.
Sigurd's beard! What a find!
Две легендарных пушки с него выпало. И все на Мадоро.
Они одноручные обе.
А у нее нет ничего одноручного?
У нее двуручник на два.
Бля. Ну, на продажу тогда хуй.
Dancing dugongs, you nearly startled me out.
I fall!
I see your eyes before me. What's this? Living eyes that can see the shape of death? Avert your gaze, wanderer,
Этот Робин
for
едешь.
you are looking upon the phantom of a murderer. Samson was my name, a long time ago. I know not why upon my death I became a ghost, doomed to haunt this tower. Perhaps the gods heard of my crime and stripped me of my rightful place in their eternal realm. If so, their punishment was just. Each night I wake the flame in the lighthouse to repent for my wretched sin. That indeed is the tainted title I must bear, and deservedly so. For 15 years ago to the day, it was that I sat atop my lighthouse, the flame unlit, and watched on as a pitiable ship crashed upon the cliff and got devoured by greedy waves. Deliberately had I forgone to do my duty. Willfully did I condemn every soul aboard to a salty sleep on the bed of an indifferent sea. Why did I commit this act of blackest horror? Jealousy, anger, the bitter anguish of a broken heart. Those are the ancient ills that drove me to madness. Desdemona was on board, as I knew she would be, my wife. The delicate beauty of whom I was sure was betraying me with her friend, the dashing Faladar. Possessed as I was by the demons of envy, ire, and torment, I decided that if I had her love no longer, only death could take her for his mistress. And so I sat here, coldly and calmly, as I delivered them both unto the deep. Yet no sooner had the water closed its spuming jaws around the perishing vessel below, that the extent of my offense dawned on my beleaguered mind. Overcome with guilt, I sought escape through the hangman's noose, but rest was not to come. Skeletons roam the lands, restless as my troubled soul, but shall not find their lair here. Some scuttle by now and again, but most of the time I reside here in solitude. Solitude and silence. These walls, my home.
Quite a story that ghost had to tell. Not every day one hears about a lighthouse keeper sinking ships just because his wife proved to be unfaithful.
A contemptible man, if ever I met one. May hell be his eventual fate.
He did commit murder with malice aforethought. Bloody execution should have been his end. But sadly, he beat the law to the punch.
Буквально, то есть, сука. Минус резист.
Эх.
Insight of Maxos.
How did it go? Don't spare any details. We need to make a full report to the lieutenant.
Now that's an interesting story. Clean the grit from your ears, and I'll tell you all about it.
Don't let them off so easily. These gas bags shouldn't reap a single benefit from their cowardice.
Show that compassionate spirit I so admire in you, and help these homesick soldiers.
Do I need to cram your big mouth with a knuckle sandwich?
Проиграть боишься?
Почему?
All
Потому
right,
что...
we'll do it your way.
Потому что я профессионал
Be
в
that
камень,
way.
ножницы, бумага.
If you nobodies could do it, we'll have no problem performing the inspection ourselves. Go on your way, then.
I need a moment to reflect. I've grown increasingly selfless, but I wonder if I've gone too far.
All this talk of giving, yet you won't offer me a moment's peace.
A million tiny pieces! You were right there!
Хера побежали, блядь.
Ладно, сохранить либо я не пойду.
Ок.
As good as a new penny.
Suffer the splinters!
Ладненько, давай до завтра.
Думаю.